gonna work with this. I don't want to be on US East. I really don't want to be on US East right now. So apparently there is a global event. There's a global audio sound. That means I could. How the mighty? Because I've checked my internet connection. I've honestly checked it, and it makes 0 sense why I'm lagging. The problem itself is I have checked everything, and I'm not sure what it is. Hmm. I'm trying to actually just get it, because I've tried to see the source of what the lag is, because I've tried to check and see if it's roughly my end or just the server. It's like, Christ on a damn stick. But I think the servers are having massive seizures at this point. Because it is, I didn't know there was a siege event for the thing, so I may switch over if that's the case. I was like, the fuck? I mean, I'm not playing in too much lag. Like, if it's nothing serious, it's not the worst, but 40 is acceptable. I mean, 45, I mean, it's not the greatest of the world, but damn it. Anyways, trying to figure out, this season is, I need to get to, it's not like the incursion style stuff, but I want to do it. It's just getting to there. I've been really busy this season. Not this season, but summer has been popping off. Like Dune. Like, see, the problem is I missed like the big event to get ahead quickly. But I mean, 5 XPs in about 2 weeks. It's because I have Dune. Like, Dune's been taking a lot of my time, and Dune takes a ton of my. It's the problem itself is between Cronus and New Dawn and everything else. Like the last month streaming schedule, and technically I fucked up my algorithm. When you don't get into a pace about something, give or take, it becomes problem. It's like trying to catch up. So it's either catch up in 100 levels in like however long and then just do it. Now the problem is everyone kinda has it. Basically it's also global event week too, so a double fucking clusterfuck. And honestly, I should just turn that on. But I'll probably do that in a bit. I needed something chill. I'm like, it's gonna be fine. Honestly, if the vision kinda does every time I come back to it, it's either like a clusterfuck. I have 5 weeks of a. Really? I don't know the modifier this season. Oh, you seriously? See, I'm not sure. This season has a new modifier, so a little bit rusty. Other than that, I'm trying to schedule shit, and But, really. See, that's the problem I don't like about lag. If there's lag, there's going to be bad desync. And desync is not something I like. Desync is just something I don't want to deal with. Honestly. But desync is borderline. I'm not bothered by it, it's just, dear God. Desync in this game can be the matter of death. Like that. God damn it. I probably picked the worst weeks to actually play, too. Which, I mean, it's like, oh, do things at once, gain about 50 levels in a day. Yeah, go fuck yourself to game otherwise. That's kind of the problem is. Now, realistically, I'm also having to organize something with a retard, too. Because some brain-damaged retard thinks can't have a conversation. A brain-damaged retard can't have one. He's like, well, do this and this. Bitch. Literally, he's being a coward. So it's like, okay. You're just being a tard. No. Realistically, I'm tired of dealing with people. 100%. At least bad people who waste my damn time. Quite honestly. What the fucking shit? Oh, no. 39's pretty fair. Like, 39's, if it stays like this, it won't be terrible. So. It's not my end, it's their end. So. Oh, shit. I've honestly checked everything, too. And it's like... But then again, this is Division. Division is an interesting game. The main culprit is usually Ubisoft. Ubisoft Connect is usually a really bad app. So, but hopefully, I mean, it's bad if you don't basically plan ahead. But other than that, I still have other things to do. What is the deal about Streamline today? I logged in and had to clean up gear, and I've just been getting a shit ton of Streamlined gear. I've never seen so many of it. So much Streamline. I don't know why. So Streamline... Honestly, I'm just playing. I don't really know what... Actually, I do not know what this modifier is. I'm pretty sure. But then again, I'm kind of at the point of... I learn by, trying. What's better to find out? check back in the thing, because if, honestly, it's a seasonal modifier. Pretty sure it has a meaning. It's probably something. Unless it's just a retaliation. It could be a retaliate. Because the mechanics, there is the retaliation mechanics, which will probably stay. But I'm not sure. It's a weird thing. It's like if you have a time to clear a district. Yeah. It's a strange mechanic. That's actually why in the open world it doesn't happen the other. But worry about mechanics later on. Till I need them. Worry about mechanics when they start fucking me over. Till then. So yes, other than that, relics. Is that rifle? Fuck, I'll deal with these people first. I don't want to be on a US East server, so if US East is this laggy, normally when I log in, I'm on a Central or West. Now, technically, they log you in on the first. Oh, fuck. Really? To be far just ahead of them. Basically, you have to like, if it's slightly laggy, you have to be ahead of them. But it's just a fact. Think of it as like dealing with NPCs. It's dealing with stupid people IRL. These NPCs do have an updated pattern that changes every so often. There's a little bit of a behavioral update, but not much. But most still stay the same. They're variant by what's there, basically. So if it's I call them LMB, but if it's like True Sons with like that setup, that's a little chaotic. But if it's like something else, they're a little more focused. Really? That's yeah. This modifier is. Other than that, could be interesting. I can also work on Reanimated for the 80th time. I mean, the thing is, Reanimated isn't the worst. Like, I've done Reanimated so much. it's just normal now. Oh, really? My accuracy is going to take a damn massive nosedive, but dear Christ on a stick, it's going to be at least good. I'm going to have to live with it at 42. Anyways, other than that, I'm trying to get over being sick, but then also other parts. Hmm. Yeah, this is going to be annoying, but not impossible. Seriously, down. Thank you. And never enough materials. But, all in all, I mean, the seasonal mechanic, I need to kind of see what the seasonal modifier is. It seems interesting. But it's also I could play like I don't care. Unless it's going to be a bad modifier and I just have to force my way through it. Gain rate of fire for each named contested named zone on the map. Plus 30. Gain a rate of fire, weapon damage, under shade control. Really? That's funny. So that's like an incentive to... So that's like an incentive to clear basically districts and control them. Not that that matters. Usually people don't clear checkpoints. But if you control the checkpoint, that's a weird mechanic. I have to look back at it. So every they control you get an effect. For every one you get double. So that's basically like if you have control of it, you can have the bonus. Which is weird. I mean, yeah, if it shifts back and forth. But usually, and this is just something, NPCs don't retain it. I've never seen them do that before. Where the fuck they come from? I have never seen them that aggressive. Hmm. This is the daily. I don't like it. I have to be here. It's not like I can just leave this area and go out of it. It's a gig area to work in, but it's shit right now. Because they rechanged the mod, they changed it, so you have to be in the area. It's like, but it's always been that way, but it's just worse. It's like, Jesus. This is really hell when you have to stay put. Because they changed it mechanically slightly. Yeah, I have to do this on 4 characters. But if I was wise, I would do this on 4 characters. 3 other characters. Okay, cool. It's like anything, you just gotta realize what makes iframes. Seriously. I want to hide in cover all day. Okay, sir, you are becoming a problem. I've never had him live this long. If this is a thing, this is a very much a behavioral update. I have never had him be this flighty. Go fuck yourself, really. That's unusual. That better not become a damn trend. I swear, if that is a trend, that's gonna be annoying. I've never seen a boss hug cover like that before. Ever. I think the first time I've seen that, I have never seen that boss hug that cover and move like that. That is unusual. Then again, spices up gameplay. A lot of stuff, you believe it or not, this game is never the same if you play it twice. I have never seen him hide that much. As far as a pattern, no, never ever. But once you get it done, don't play as much, you never know. They don't really tell you when they update the AI algorithm for the game. You find out on your own. Because moving through cover like that is smart. It's trying to either hide from you, but he's also not trying to shoot. So it's almost like his threat priority changed. But I have not seen that in any other NPC yet. But I'm wondering if that's all named NPC. Because if that's all named NPC changes, it's going to be big. Really? This just in. AI channels are taking over Warhammer 40k lore. And the gay Australian macho boy is scared. That's Major Kill, by the way. That's kind of funny. That is hilarious in a way. Take a look and see what this modifier is. Gain rate of fire for each contested name zone on the current map, plus 30% rate of fire, and gain. Oh, it's up to 30. Sorry, up to 30. Gain rate of fire and weapon damage for each named zone under SHD control, up to 30%. Right now, total zones 11, contested 6, current rate of fire is 27, and the current So that's the... Oh, right. That explains a lot. I mean, sounds about right. I mean, it's worse if you don't take maps. Again, that's such a strange mechanic. Because, like, that's assuming for every, that's like for... Again, it's a strange mode within a mode. Because retaliation increases threat within a period. Basically is what happens. It's such the strangest... Because that's not really a negative modifier. Versus... That's just odd. So basically, you get rate of fire, but if you control areas, you get damage as well. That's plus 30% damage. That's if you control the others. But that is also contradictory because unless you're if you're resetting checkpoints, you're never going to have that bonus. So it's kind of... Again, that is a strange modifier to use. It's such a weird because that is the... Check home in. Because literally it's about a tick. Every character. Single time. But other than that, seems okay. Slightly confused. Because this wasn't that prescient. I call it that present in the... See, last time I played this, as I said, I was trying to get through the last week, which was like 2 weeks ago, or was the 3x XP. It's just weird. Oh. God fucking damn it. The fucking snipers from down the street that use SMGs. Other than that, no. I just have to kind of needed. I finally got Magnus. Well, was Orphean. Um, um, um. A lot of this is sometimes just. See, the NPCs can cheat and shoot you 3 miles down the road. It gets really old. Especially hyenas. Hyenas, I'd rather fucking not deal with them. See, that's the problem. Hyenas have this tendency to be the fucking worst enemies in the game. It's probably only because they have the most bugs in them. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can shoot them from a mile away too, but dear fucking god, does it get old. Other than that, I'm just having to deal with a moron. A guy with brain damage who can't communicate with somebody. The man has brain damage. I swear to God. I don't think I've ever dealt with someone as stupid as him. I've never dealt with someone as cowardly as him. Either. It's like, okay, I want to do this, you do this, you do this. I'm like, okay, bro. It's like dumping off tax code in front of me and asking me to figure out taxes, okay? No. That's the thing. It's like different. This dude's like, oh, do this, do this, do this. I'm like, bro, stop being a bitch. Literally. I'm like, why are you being this way? I'm like, explain it. You want something done, you're just looking like a goddamn weirdo. I know you're old. I know you're an old man and you can't talk because you've had your head beat in one too many fucking times. Bro, you want another ass beating? But here, just let me help you out. Gotta be nice. Seriously, you ever tried just dealing with people? It's like, God. It's like, the guy's so eager to get his ass beat, he just can't explain it. I mean, if he's so eager, he just does it. It's like, you don't give someone the tools of their own destruction, but Jesus. I mean, I'm mostly just annoyed dealing with the dude. The dude can't communicate, denies he has brain damage, despite every damn indicator in the entire planet he has brain damage. May not have CTE, but by motherfucking God, he has worse. He can't communicate, he can't organize. You ask him to have a conversation, he can't have a conversation. And the dude can't basically stay on track longer than like 3 hours. This comes from a person like me who can get easily sidetracked and waffle off into God knows what. Seriously. If I'm annoyed by this, I mean, the dude ain't going to do anything. The dude doesn't have a chance in hell. Ever. But he's a retard. Literal fucking retard. And I say this nicely. Again, you don't get where he is. Be this stupid. It's been annoying me. I mean, granted, I need to work and finish out. It's just been a very weird couple of weeks. My algorithm isn't that shot. It's just YouTube is telling me I don't stream as much as I used to. So it's like, you're not streaming as much. No, and that's the thing. It yells at you. It's like, your algorithm is still healthy, but you're not streaming like you used to. It's like, no, but my channel ain't dead either. It's not like it like certain people's channels, you know. But seriously, it's like I looked at my back end of my channel. I'm like, oh god. It's like it's not in the red, but it is just weird. I mean, YouTube did play some merry hell with my. See that YouTube change about a week ago? Not a week ago. But yeah, no, it was a month or so ago. Really did a number on a lot of channels. Big and small. But then again, what they're doing is they're doing bot sweeps too. So if I lost subs, it was bots they banned. But that's the thing. Like, YouTube has a shit ton of bots. I mean, I think Twitch does too, but any social media platform really does. But it's not an algorithm change, because almost everybody's algorithm got fucked over. Like, views haven't been what views were for at least 4 weeks. And everyone thought was like, oh, it's Chud's not having channels. No. This is far worse. Now, it's hurting PC more, because if it is a PC algorithm, now, mobile algorithm is utterly different. Because almost every big channel right now is shilling the fuck out of themselves. Just to deal with aggressive monetization changes. There's actually a really good food source. There's actually a really, really good food source. Besides this one. So, again, it's weird. Like, channels that have like 100, 200,000 subs just saw people vanish off into the ether. Like, I've seen weird shit in my own view counts, and I'm like, WTF. I'm like, your active view count doesn't make sense anymore. Weird time to take off streaming, by the way. Not to be doing my own. But YouTube's done like 3 algorithm changes this year. So it's nothing new. Like, the big one was earlier in the year, though. Like, the early one in the year was pretty devastating, but it was not terrible, I should say. The problem itself is the one that was in April. I think it was April. March or April. Was pretty devastating. Now, you can still get growth as a small channel, but you're being rewarded differently. That's kind of how it goes. You're being rewarded as, like, if you're good in your spot, you're getting rewarded. If that makes sense. But it is also the most biggest fucking drop in the algorithm if you don't know how to read it. That's why I'm seeing all the big channels. It's not an auto correction, but it's this weird algorithm that's trickling down from the large channels down to the small channels. Like, let's assume Now I have to figure out when I can stream. Good. Like 6 p.m.? Like, I'm testing out 6 p.m., but normally I'm in the afternoon, right? That's strange. But this is normal when you're resetting your algorithm, which is consistency. I'm going to test it. I don't know if this is permanent. Honestly, I mean, but there's also the part where it's insane that it's affected channels, because I've looked at it. I'm like, visibility. Because actual visibility on YouTube is still it. They want to control the bots, but at the same time, what funnels channels? Like, ad monetization did get cut, but it's also big channels. If you don't have ad block, you're being murdered. I mean, it's that bad. Like, aggressive ads right now. Like, Arch set his channel to aggressive ads. If I didn't have ad blocker, arguably I would hate it. Because, like, if you try to watch something, I was out the other day just trying to watch something from mobile. One channel, I was getting an ad every 3 minutes. 8 minutes? Over a course of like a 30, 40-minute video. I mean, that is going to drive someone up the ball. An ad every 3 to 5 minutes is enough to make somebody just... It's not that you hate it, it's just that atrocious. Right. By the way, it's funny when you see somebody who talks like a Billy Badass, but he's not. I'll have to talk to this person in person, and I'm not wanting to do it, because I know he's a psychopath. But it would be funny to knock him out, though. Because he isn't tough. He already has a broken neck, I think. I mean, bear in mind, he already looks like he fucks his cousin and sister both. At least 2 generations of inbreeding, but seriously, he is a moron. That aside, I am not, as a public statement, that dude is a retard. He doesn't know how to coordinate. I have never seen a person. I have dealt with people who have multi-hundreds of millions who does a business like 3 to 4 times his size. All the way down to groups that micromanage. Never been that as bad as him. Like, if you can't organize, and this is just something in general, if you cannot organize your affairs in any capacity, what the fuck's wrong with you? I say this as a person who just, okay, yes, I get lost. You know, I had a whole deal. Like, my whole deal is like, if I don't stream, I'm gonna, or a routine. But my god, I at least have a routine. This dude doesn't have a routine. He doesn't have a schedule. He has more excuses than God has angels. Yet he says he runs a multi-million-dollar business. Unfortunately, I live in an area where there is a bunch of wealthy people, and they're not always inconsistent as him, but they ain't stupid. But then again, when you live in a fucking redneck-infested state filled with criminals, my fucking god. There are states. I'm in the point. Okay, technically in the U.S., we're a collection of about. Well, technically it's 49. It's like 48 states, which you always call the lower 48. I've been all over, at least the South, to other states. My dear God. Some states develop a reputation, and I never want to go to them. It's also because mainly I live in Texas. Texas is its own ecosystem, depending on where you go. Like, if you realistically are in a part of Texas, it's fun. I would visit New York City, but I never want to live there. That's just me. But I am comfortable in the back roads of Mississippi, Louisiana, going into Georgia. Totally fine. But then again, when you go to stupid areas with dumb people, with a bunch of drugs and other things, yeah, no, I don't ever really want. In New York City, it's not even the news, it's just, they're that dumb. Honestly, they're just that retarded. The Northeast isn't much different than the US right now. But you can't explain to somebody, and in that I'm like, you're about the 10th or 15th, 30th person I've dealt with that in part of the world. And you are all stupid. I don't want to go up there. Especially when you're just, basically, it's dumb. And I mean, shit. Granted, granted, the US is a giant place, you know? Jesus. Like, US is hugely divided by regional attitudes. So anywhere like all the stuff that's happening with the Antifa riots in Portland or Chicago, that's because it is affecting Chicago or Detroit. And that's an attitude that carries from over there. Now, when you get into places like, let's say, what is it? Most of the Rust Belt, like all the bad news has been coming out of like the Rust Belt, or say Michigan and Wisconsin have been having a lot of shootings. Now they're in the Great Lakes region, but that's an area that is tied socioeconomically to that area. But then you get to an area that's most of New England is New England. 6 one, half a dozen the other. There is no difference. Which sounds strange. But if you don't have the weirdness, because I'm not saying my area is immune to the weirdness, by all means, Texas is largely one of the most dangerous borders in the entire country. But we largely live normal. Even our ghettos don't feel like 100% ghettos. And no offense, I don't like going up there. Like, organized chaos as an example is from Ohio. I don't know what is up about certain states. Like, I never in my life, I said maybe at one point I would love to go to Colorado, but I never want to go to it now. Maybe to see it. But, like, it's like the idea. I'd go to, like, Utah or something. I mean, that's largely because... It's not because of the people there. It's just reputation, you know. It's comfortability. I am comfortable anywhere, but I am uncomfortable in areas with a bunch of very unpredictable I'm never comfortable around when I know an area is a cesspit, basically. Like, they'll say, oh, your area is not a ghetto. Yes, your office is a ghetto. Sir, I don't. Go away. There you go. How the fuck did I... You stupid... See, I didn't clear caches out on characters, so I have characters that are full of gear. Every character I have, like, is at least full. It's just not good. And apparently this one's no exception. It's not hard to do inventory in this game, it's just getting it done. I thought it was like 2 tardigrades, but I just don't have that. Funny I got Oxpecker. Well, that answers a question now, doesn't it? Jesus. That's a crash. See, I like the Snowdrop engine, but it's basically largely the Ubisoft app, which comes and goes as far as stability. Because it's a strange... It's always been this weird app that it is supposed to be, like, the purpose of the Ubisoft app is to be the hub for all Ubisoft games. Kind of like Steam can be all of that. But Steam's another doorstep. See, Steam's like another thing, but you still have to have Ubisoft. Now, Ubisoft does cross over to Steam and other things, right? But the thing about it is, it's a necessary evil. You still have to deal with it. But there is a particular handshake protocol between the Ubisoft app and then whatever connection protocol is there. Does that make sense? Because in-game, the issue is not the in-game currently doesn't see the issue. But the issues always come from basically the idea Ubisoft Connect always fucks with the handshake protocol between the apps. Because basically, for Division to connect to massive servers, you have to go through the Ubisoft app. And then there's another one that kicks over for it to be in-game. So the issue right now is in the linking protocol. Sounds complicated, but traditionally it's a bit. It's been a problem for years upon years. And unfortunately, it sometimes gets worse and sometimes is better. And whatever has happened within like the last couple of weeks has been bad. Because there was an update to the client the other day. Let's say it was, yeah, it was the other day. And it's so strange. Thank you. Just gonna go. Then again, right, if they fucked with EAC, it could be that as well. And see, EAC is actually programmed by the actual company. EAC is just the tool. Unfortunately, Ubisoft did do well for EAC. But EAC also still has a whole bunch of triggers built into it. Which basically it's like, oh, you have 4 security threats. What are those 4 security threats? Those are the same security threats that I get when I deal with anything. You have third-party software you're not supposed to have. What do you mean third-party? Like, this is something I hate about third-party. Like, if third-party software in the end is so bad, like, they consider Logitech a bad third party. Logitech is anything that functionally can control whatever basically the thing does. So whatever this last update did, if you have third-party applications, it makes it worse. It drives me insane to play when they do this. I mean, I don't do any kind of macros or anything. So, yeah, no. Imagine if you did that. You'd have fucking far, far worse issues. And fortunately, the shit, I can just tell what it is. Don't ask me why, it's just something I know. It's like when you learn, you know, things are different. Kind of unusual. But it's not impossible to gain like 50 levels in a day. I mean, it's just easier to level up when it's like 3 times XP and shit. See, I'm at basically 1 gig. That's what my stuff is. I'm 1 gig up and down. So 1 gig up and down roughly is still 700-800 through most sites unless they're gated. Most companies unless they're gated. If they're capped, that's a different story. Really? See, it's like anything. Everything comes back to me after a while. I cannot play this game for like 8 weeks and still remember how to play it. Muscle memory is a thing. It's just relearning, but I'm never away from that long. Start of a season, traditionally, which I didn't do this season, because I had something else pop up. Somewhere in the middle, in towards the end. Because I really don't care about the extra rewards. Because the extra rewards at this point, let's assume they do another end of season special, like you have to do 500 levels to get some shit. No, that's never my thing. It's like Fallout 76. I really only care to get to 100. If I get to 100, I'm good. I might get to 120 in a season if there's like something. I mean, but for the most part, there's nothing for me past like 100. Unless it's a special event. It's something I have to play. This game is a good chill game, but I also have Dune that I'm getting my second character. So she can basically... I'm trying to get my second character so she can be... So I can just log in once a day or so. Once every other day. And I don't have to fuck with it. Because my main base right now, outside of my main, is on maintenance. So, like, my big base is on maintenance right now. At least that one. Because I'm only logging in there about every 4 days. 3-4 days? So, yeah, it's about 3 or 4 days. At least in the last couple of weeks. Here, you know, you could be a little more active or so. So I said, someone's like, start another character. I'm like, damn it, that's another server that I gotta be part of. It's okay. I'm like, bro, unless you're gonna maintain my base. Unless you're gonna maintain my base when I'm not around. Yeah, I'm not gonna let you be on that server. Man, technically, as long as it's a weird thing. I have weird relationships with games. Like, I've played this, like, what? This is year 7. I've played this since the beginning. Now, after a bit, do I get tired of it and I switch it up? Sure. Now, if the season feels like a chore, I avoid it like the plague. Really. There's no way you saw me. I know you didn't. I mean, I'm not going to say that certain things can't just kill me, but there's no way that that fucking gun placement shot me from that far. That's just how it goes. Enough to clip me from just basically. I kind of wonder what the seasonal objectives are. Because if the seasonal objectives are going to be strange. Damn it. That was a great shot. That thing gotta go. Motherfucker. I knew that thing was gonna take the last of my armor. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Stupid. Where are you? I know you're here. Who can play that immunity bullshit? See, certain animations have iframes. Now, in reality, can they generate their own iframe? Sure. I have my own. Oh, it's a fat fuck. Oh, it's a fat fuck. Yes. It's a fat fuck. Indeed. Sir? Not. Mm. Hey, nope. Really, that's not cool. Yeah, see, basically this season's gonna be interesting. I gotta see what the manhunt's gonna be, too, because if the manhunt is just take objectives, is gonna be weird. Where are you, Big Dre? See, that's gonna be funny, though, because the season itself is strange. Because it's not a weird mechanic. Like a territory control. Like, retaliation is just another mode within a mode. But then again, if it sticks around, it's gonna be... I hate those things. You listen for plodding footsteps. If you hear any footsteps that sound like things running in puddles. I didn't hear it. Normally, I'm good at spotting them. See, this game has gaming. It's made for game. There went my survivor bonus. See, I don't play with modifiers. I just quick clear. That's usually what I do. Excuse me? My officer just dies. Well, you're gonna probably stay dead, if that's the case. Can... Oh, you stupid. Two... What is that? Basically like 2 million straight up damage. And that's through, what is that? That's through Unbreakable. That's through Unbreakable you die. That is a lot of damage. See, I still play with Unbreakable, largely because Unbreakable, I mean, granted, the whole thing is you can only have chest, mask, and backpack. We used to could have 6, but Unbreakable, unless you have a way, unless you're in PvP, no, it's usually just something that saves you. Unless you need the talent otherwise. Unbreakable is just really good for it. But I come from the era of the game where, I mean, time to kill was a lot worse. And it still is up there. Don't get me wrong. Time to kill in this game is still bad. Like, time to be killed, TTK, right? So, TTK and TBK, like, TBK is still like 3 seconds. Which, I mean, they're less spongy. When I am solo... Oh, you son of a bitch. So it's like, their time to kill is roughly about 3 seconds. And if you don't think their time to kill is 3 seconds, you will be utterly shocked. Come on, do not like that. Time to kill for us is about, if last I checked, is about 4 to 5. We can get faster. We can't really get too faster. That's just because of their health pools. This is different. Like, this is a lot of explosive guys. That's what... Like, I have the chance to survive, like, if my shield's out. Because the shield... Shield is... The funny thing about the shield is just... Let's say it just covers the extra life. It's just... Think of it as an extra... Really? Fucking. Oh boy, it's one of them. I haven't seen one of them in a while. That is a bad spot. I'm dead. Damn. Why does it have to be them? And two of the fucking worst enemies imaginable. Very rare do I ever have to play from cover. Unless it's like these people. See, we cannot have special bullets, but they can have special bullets. Oh god, as I said, it's the worst. This is the worst enemy archetype in the world. Anyways. So a lot of them are like... They must have done something to them. Because any enemies that are armed with SMGs... Like, there's probably about three... Every faction has problematic enemies. Hyenas have the most. Due to just the nature of their characters. Hyenas have roughly about... I'll arguably put up there. Assaults are the scariest. The ones with guns are the scariest ones. But all their faction at their core is armed with SMGs. Now, at first glance, that doesn't sound like bullshit or doesn't sound really, really bad, right? No. Their version of Assault, Outcast is not Outcast, but Hyenas, they have a tendency to... Hyena Assaults still have the leading bug, which is double damage. Which is strange, where when you see the double damage bug, you'll see them out of the Hyena Assaults. You used to see it out of anything armed with SMGs. I mean, used to, so to speak. But not anymore. Like the ones that are... It's still a problem, but it's so deep in the core, basically, they can't get it out without redoing it. So, like, double damage, like, they can fire that and still hit you from a mile away. Yeah, it sounds strange, but every faction has it. Hyenas are definitely something. I'm not the biggest. I've never... It's like after a while you fight them, sure. Cleaners are still, like... The cleaners are basically copy and paste from Division 1. In a way. The cleaners are a copy and paste enemy from Division 1 with every bit of the bullshit attached to them. First time Warlords of New York came out, it's like playing very early Division through 1.3. I mean, I don't know. Rikers were up there as well. See, Rikers are arguably... Rikers have one... Not one's actually two problematic enemies. The ones that wield dual machine guns and the nail guys. The ones that shoot nails. The ones that shoot nails were like Terminators, basically. And they still, to this day, a little bit are. See, you'll see that this faction plays more coordinated, even amongst their rushers. That's the thing about Black Tusk. Black Tusk play more coordinated from the big change to them is the snipers or the stuff that is mid-range stays mid-range to long range. Which is a bitch unto itself, but snipers are not as deadly as they used to be. Now can't really comment on the dogs. Well, okay, so basically any Black Tusk dogs utterly function as grenadiers, snipers, or whatever they're modeled after. Now, the only ones with a unique faction pattern is the ones with the spray minigun. That's the only difference. But then again, the only thing that really changes when I don't play this game a long time is just I either get rusty or I get caught up when the NPC patterns change. The NPC behavior in this game is it makes it fun, but it also makes it a bitch. In a way, Black Tusk are the easiest to fight. You wouldn't think, being the hardest. But they actually kind of, but they can also just overwhelm you too. Because as I said, they coordinate. You see, like the Grenadiers? Grenadiers know that they have long range. So when Grenadiers or Snipers know they have long range, they play from long range. But Black Tusk medics are sometimes the world's bitchiest units. Bravest, but they also do the most damage under God's good green earth. Which is strange because the medics you think revive, but the medics are also armed with it's actually a good bounty. That's actually a damn good bounty for once. See, I play on normal because it's just easy to loot churn. Because I play this the same way I play Diablo 4. What? Really? Where the fuck do you guys come from? So the idea is you loot churn, because heroic is still heroic unless you're trying to gain 1,000 shade levels every so often. This is no different. I just don't see the reason to grind out 500 shade levels. If that makes sense. But then again, I've never been a fan of directives. I barely tolerated directives in the underground. But it made sense in underground. In Division 1. Not here. Game's hard enough as is without it. On any given day, you can just run into an entire group that can just fuck you over. This is going to be an interesting bounty. Been a little while since I've done a challenging bounty from Black Tusks, but they can be really interesting. Black Tusk bounties can be really, really hit or miss. Due to the fact and the nature of the enemies. Now, thank God there's no droners. Droner spam is sometimes the worst. Drone spam used to be the leading fucking horrible part. Black Tusk drones? Really? Where's your drones? Because they can spawn them like every... Really? See, they still get the lunch boxes from Division 1. We don't have these lunch boxes. No. Really? Sorry. I'm just trying to, basically, I'm not going to be shot from sniper rifles, from SMGs, or that they fire sideways, by the way. But their accuracy gets better. See, like in Dunes, Dune's AI, if you don't break line of sight with it, it zeroes in every single time on you. You have to break its line of sight. Here, you can break the line of sight. They just reposition. But given enough, they will just re-zero in. Like, hyenas are the worst at it. Hyenas, when they basically stay alive long enough, they will shoot you with they can shoot you with a handgun, and they won't miss a single shot. So, again, don't ask me why. It's just one of those things that keeps, it keeps people on their toes in a way. But then again, part of my normal grind set is actively using Hunter. I mean, I use Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury is just my simple grind set whenever I'm just playing. It's probably something I've never taken off the moment I have it, because if I'm playing, I'm just clearing through content. I don't like strikers, so I go to this. But in reality, it with Memento combined with everything, yes, I can be long range, but not what you think long range is. Let's say assume like a shooting that far. What, about 200 yards? You think? So it's about 200 meters, which is the back of the firing range. But for the most part, this is still designed around Scorpio, in a way. Like, we get a lot of SMGs, but I'll be very honest. Largely, this is still driven by Scorpio. Really? But their line of sight is... But some of that faction got a large nerf, though. They're nerfed because they're largely coordinated. Like, if you leave too many Black Tusk alive, they just... See, as I'm telling you, there's that dog. See, that dog's gonna act like a grenader. And I believe, is that a grenader up top? Oh, that's gonna be fun. That's not a dog. That's a drone. But yeah, no. Like, I mean, largely it's like the text. Like, it's just after you remember to fight them. So it's like respect enemies is about the most I tell people. If I ever tell my friends to play, like, they keep forgetting to respect enemies. Just respect the NPCs, alright? Most of the NPCs, given enough force, can kill you. Which sounds strange, but let's assume you go below 1,000,000 armor and you don't have Unbreakable. You're gunned down like a bitch. I cannot tell you how many times I've seen it in friends that are like, yeah, you can do Striker with 5,100 damage or some shit. Good on you. But here's the problem with it. DPS don't mean shit if you're dead. I'm just saying. And the problem is, after a while, a lot of enemies in large groups will coordinate. As I said, like, they'll train fire. That's why this AI is actually really intelligent. Like, this AI keeps the game superbly. It's what makes this game really unique. Because for each faction, there's about 30,000 plus lines of coding. If not more. Which sounds strange. Because all the factions have their own... It's their own form of intelligence. Well, I largely am fighting hyenas, which... Hyenas are a mixed bag. Like, if hyenas are like this, they're not terrible. The problem I have with hyenas is when hyenas are being... Like, hyenas, when they're a lot of assault people, I hate them. I mean, they're advanced people. I'd say they're advanced, aren't as bad. You just have to functionally deal with them separate. See, I didn't clean out my gear. See, I was grinding the late caches with characters the the end of last season. Now, we'll see what's kind of bad is given about... I mean, I still play, was it 4 red, 2 blue? It's where I've been for like 3 years. I've been for that for at least 4 years, 5. That's kind of what we do. So it's kind of strange in a way. Because that extra armor, which is like 1 point, what am I at, like 1.2? It keeps me alive long enough that I can not get killed. And I don't know. Like I've seen it, but they don't. But they don't ever tell us when they fuck with the NPCs. We know. We just know. It's basically when the NPC starts doing what the NPCs don't normally do. They get new programming, which shows. I may need to reinstall Uplay. I need to reinstall Uplay. I'm gonna have to reinstall it. Clean reinstall it, I believe. If this keeps up, because this is a Uplay section. Because Uplay is being a piece of shit. Discord related? I'm hoping I didn't lose that session. Some of this is actually a really good roll. It's just not good for me. Yeah. Fuck. Their fucking notification system. Their that notification system is terrible. Oh my god. Nope, I did. Yeah, I fucked that up. Yeah, I screwed that up horribly. Not a good spot. See, this character I have all most of my red core stuff on. See, like, between Memento and... Really? Damn it. Fuck. That one's double damage. That one gotta go. That one has to go. When one's bugged, it has to die. Damn it! Fucking... Really? Good. God, this character's cursed. Fuck off! What the... That's not gonna work. So, really? Huh? What does? That's why I don't get jumped from behind. Then up top, it's not so bad. These are all those. Why did it have to be these guys? Hmm. Shielders. So it's a bunch of shielders. It's gonna be great today. Shielders. Fuck off. Others. Dude. Horrible, horrible. AQ. Oh, that is so rude. Shoot. Oh, why did it? It did it. Oh yeah, no. Oh, you're talking about the other guy who wants to crack my skull? Yeah, yeah. No, he's a special ed student. Oh god. No. Second. That's Oliver. Someone made another video about Arch Sword? You have to send that to me. Major Kill did a AI slot video. Damn it. I fuck my own AI. Obviously. Is it someone made fun of Arch? Oh, I thought you were talking about my new special ed friend. My new special ed friend is really special. 48 years old, ex-fighter, ex-football player, says he doesn't have brain concussions. But he does. Wow, that's a near max CHC. That's interesting. That's a Mosin. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird that I'm not saying it's strange Arch would be on anybody's radar. I mean, and you just. By the way, Sorter, that's if you heard a sigh. 3 hours? What did Arch do to get 3 hours? Three? Okay. I haven't seen that in a while. Hold on. Why do I know Nailop? Oh, Nailop went after Valrak. Oh man. Oh god, that is grade A bad. Oh man, that's gonna be hold on. That's gonna be a trip. I'm kind of curious who, Sorter, did he make the actual... Oh, hell. Sorter, he made the joke, didn't he? Where he's gonna do the logical loop where basically Arch is for returning 2016 YouTube back to itself. Because I already see it, they have it is hypocritical, do as I say, not as I do. And then the egotistical part combined with he loops it straight back around to Arch wants 2016 YouTube again. Maybe earlier. What the fuck? I mean, Nalop did something on Valrak, but I thought he did something humorous on Valrak. I'd have to see it, because if it's done in a satirical, but with Arch, it doesn't look like it's satirical. And I mean, Arch isn't gonna care about it, but I think I literally I kind of just was skimmed, like, man, he literally just went there. That's gonna be funny. I, Now, Nalop, as I said, he did satirical, but I think he comes from Valrak's community, where I do know of the name, as I said. It's not Net Valrak's community, but he's more... I'm not saying he's part of Left Hammer as much as the name I know it. And I mean, he's not a fan of Arch. But then again, Arch's inherent problem right now... Okay, Arch still organizes, like, what was it, the last Warhammer campaign? Or whichever one they just fucked up on? To get the person censored? Arch was one of the people behind getting GW to actually get him. I'm actually surprised Arch actually did that campaign to let the GW person who was the head of narrative who went after Charlie Kirk to basically be suspended. That was his mostly doing. Now, in reality, the funny part is most people don't know that. Part of the reason why there was pushback on Warhammer is for everyone was because of that. I might lose brain cells just listening to it, though, later on. But I'm already losing brain cells and potentially going to have to deal with a 48-year-old who thinks he can still fight when he already has cauliflower ears and everything else. And the dude can barely stay on task for like 5 minutes. Yeah, okay, yeah, he talked about Asmogon too. Valrak. He made a satirical video on Asmogon. That's how I remember Nalop too. Nalop made it, and I mean, Asmogon didn't really like it. Like, Asmogon... I mean, Asmogon's a weird one. Like, Asmogon, you'll see stuff out of him, but it doesn't mean he's active. I mean, I find it funny that, basically, Major Shill is now... I mean, if he wasn't threatened by Westhammer... Now, I will say Westhammer still, he's slightly better, but, like, apparently Major Kill's now threatened by the AI slop channels supposedly taking over 40k. Now, 40k lore has been in... I'm not saying an interesting place, but it's like... I don't know. I've seen a lot of channels pop up, but then again, they're taking the approach of Adeptus Ridiculous. Because the... See, Arch still is part of an old guard, but Arch is part of the guard and people who support him in Warhammer. You can't say you support him. Like, the Emperor had the text-to-speech device people, not Alpha Busa. They support Arch, but publicly, they cannot say they support Arch. Now, there's a couple of them, like Speaker D, I think, and some of them, and Thurston Hillman, hates Arch. Like, they cannot stand him. But, like, one of the main people from, like, Narrative Declaration, who actually does... Like, I enjoy Narrative Declaration. They were the ones who did If the Emperor Had Text-to-Speech Device crew. But... they, like, I think one of the guys said, yeah, we like Arch, but we can't say it publicly. Which is funny. You know. It's one of those things, but then again, you got the ones who take the deals. Yeah, I know. That MMA fighter guy's kind of deranged. I mean, he's threatened to crack my skull. It's interesting. I mean, dude, literally, I'm gonna have a part 2 to him. Like, he's talking all big and bad right now, but he doesn't... He weighs more than I do, and he's more out of shape. Sorter, I'm gonna have to send you one of his last fights. He literally got the shit beat out of him. And he's like, well, you need to I'm like, okay, bro. I go, but the thing about him, he ain't gonna get his fight unless he wants to help me get a UFC license or a fight license. Good job, buddy. I mean, you can't tell him that. I mean, I tried to tell him that. I go, you're not gonna get your fight unless you want to help me get a UFC fighting license or some shit. Good luck to you, sir. Unless you just want to do it in the streets and then just have the cops pick you up. That's good. Because I've literally asked to do it, and he's like... And what's funny is he's a bail bondsman. And what I learned about him is, in 05, he basically... So in 05, he was still roughly active. He had an episode where he got into a competitive splash contest at a pool in Puerto Vallarta. And what happens normally when you get like a splash contest, adults? He had an entire shit fit where he threatened to fight everybody at the pool. He threatened to fight everyone. Seriously. I found it in a fight video of his. And one of the couples at the resort remembers it. And see, when I've been trying to talk to the guy himself, he's normal for like an hour. And then he flies off the handle like he has severe brain damage. And It's insane. Personally, the dude's like crazy. And the thing is, he's entering Comicsgate. That's the thing. He's actually like entering Comicsgate. And I mean, the dude already has no fighting form. Okay. Literally, the dude has zero fighting form. Like, he has one. He hasn't really fought in like 10 years, by the way. At least 10 years. But the dude, literally, someone remembered he flipped out at a pool in Puerto Vallarta because he lost a splash contest or got outdone. I barely talked to the guy for 5 minutes, and I bring up a point, and the dude loses his shit. That's why I can't show a lot of those DMs I had with him on Twitter. And quite honestly, I have enough to go around. It's like he's not a capable fighter. Like, to be honest, don't misunderestimate me. He can't hurt me. He could try. E.g., his response, I said, you better knock me out in one shot. He goes, I'll do more than that. Do you know the case of Rashad Jackson? Yeah. This dude basically is Rashad Jackson if Rashad Jackson was about 48 years old. Because he can't control his temper, and then he has an attitude of basically a wrestler, an old wrestler, that he doesn't know when to turn it off. I've literally already told the dude, I'm like, if you want to do a match, sanction, do something, but you're going to have to do paperwork, and we're going to have to go talk and do Beyond Voice. He hasn't done none of that. And I told him that's part of the deal. And I'm going to be recording everything. I've already said it. I literally said I'm going to record everything. And I've said it. Jump into a VC because he doesn't use Discord. He doesn't use anything. So I go jump into a StreamYard. Let's work on the deal. He's going straight to talking about knocking in my skull. Boys, this is the future member of Comicsgate, by the way. And he wholly supports Ethan Van Sciver. Just telling you. You fucking think I'm kidding? He's also followed by Gay Beans, too. So you see. Yeah, I know. I seem to attract deranged individuals. It happens far more than I like. Welcome to my life. Why did that? I want to know why that stupid territory control is bugged in the back over there. That's what I want to know. Yep, he's the future of Comicsgate, by the way. That one guy? Welcome to the future of Comicsgate. You know? And I'm gonna not be shocked that if that dude basically, I mean, people are insane. I'm a very safe individual. Don't worry, unless I massively misunderestimate retards Which... So when you deal with loons, the downside of it is, like, it's best way to put it. Poke the bear, but try not to engage the bear. The problem is, where's that line? He's a future budding member of Comicscape. As I said, he needs one incident to push him off into the edge. Again, I found Chris Bacon. I mean, I didn't say I found Stray Beans. I dealt with Stray Beans and made him. I could say I made Stray Beans, but Stray Beans, for all his fuck-ups, is actually semi-human. The problem with Stray Beans is he has a confirmation bias that makes Hassan look innocent. And he has an obsession. This one guy just has brain damage and he doesn't know it. The dude's probably drunk right now, though. And I'm gonna be honest. If he gets too bad, I'm just gonna fucking report him to the state, his own state. He's a bail bondsman, by the way. You'd be shocked, too, by the way. So I found, like, I do... I'm gonna have to go break up a cat fight. Because apparently 2 of my cats are still... They're trying to fight, and... They're picking out the world's worst time to actually have a little tuffle. And I don't know why. I'm going to have to go, not bop one on the head, but I'm going to have to go separate them. Oh, that's gonna suck. The irony is I don't qualify for a fighting license. I know why, though. That's the thing. I wouldn't qualify for one, since I basically don't qualify for the military either. It's not because of special education, it's about it's the interesting part. There's other parts. And honestly, I probably should just open up all my characters just to... I need to get all the gear off of them. Oliver, you're being a brat. See, I think I know why the guy lost his registration. I really do. I kind of think so. I need to go do Capitol Hill. Hopefully Capitol Hill is not going to be shitty. I made 7 levels. Not so bad. But I need to clean the gear up. It just helps. Not the best. I got a plan. You know what? I just had an idea. I just had an idea. I top off coffee, but I'll be right back. You know, Oliver, you're being a pain in the ass. I just had an idea. It's an idea I had anyways. Hmm. I need, I need to go. I need to go to the. Stretch a second. Body sick. I'm just sitting for a bit. I have an idea. Really? Seriously? Really? You know what? That's so dumb. That's okay. Get up and walk around. So get up and walk around. Just distract yourself. Normally. I just normally keep things limber. Unlike the old man who can't fight. And I get gunned down by random NPCs walking around. So that's fine. Seriously. I mean, people are insane, but again, usually when people are insane, I mean, see, I am very careful, but it's more funny. Then again, I have dealt with people far crazier than him. But, I mean, he's gonna fit perfectly into Comicsgate. See, what's funny, I've never seen someone triggered by being told they're the stuff he's been told. Because apparently, you can't call him a hillbilly. Like, he doesn't like being called a redneck. Which is strange. I've just never seen someone who gets called a redneck get really mad. But he is definitely like a liberal, which is funny. Because he gets mad when he gets called a liberal and an independent. Which, the thing is, yeah, I'm good at finding people's weak spots. The dude has some really funny weak spots. Really? Fucking seriously. Again, sometimes wish people would not be so stupid, but they are. You wonder why the guy at some point clear out of the blue flipped out on kids at a pool. He's gonna have a great adventure in Comicsgate. So I need to go back and find the clip of him though that I did find about he had that incident in Puerto Vallarta. Before that, I'll just forget which stream it is. So whatever that server instability happened, it just disappeared. Oh, I switched servers when I logged in. It moved me to US West. So whatever's at US East is, Jesus, that means US East is fucked. See, when I moved off US East, apparently that's where the bullshit was. Because it wouldn't surprise me. Uh, see, if US East has issues. See, that's where I first logged in, and I started seeing a bunch of stability issues. Now, you would think US West would get people. But the way the servers usually work, it's a weird thing. The way the servers function is it tries to throw you to the okay, see, sometimes it used to throw you to the nearest server. That's the best connection. But then sometimes it throws you to the one it can get a connection to, or the one that's not semi-full. Now, it's weird that a bunch of the Chinese ching-chongs, no offense, would pop to the US East server, but it wouldn't make sense for them to go to the US East server, the Chinese ching-pong ping-pongs, because, I mean, they go usually to US West. Usually. By any metric, even by their own internet standards, they usually don't go further. And I know it sounds weird in video games when you think of about a game that's like this, which is server-based. Well, it's your personal combined with whatever connection. But the main issue is they do VPN. So, assuming they usually VPN to US servers to get away from the C servers. I mean, C servers are absolutely dog water. I wouldn't even... I mean, Jesus. C servers, I'm not gonna even... I feel bad for anyone on C servers, because EU servers aren't terrible, but C servers... I mean, C servers are worse just because of the lag, and also everyone likes to hack over there. Some fashion or another. Unfortunately. And usually get through that. But then again, I'm like, Usually, as I said, C servers are an interesting one. I never willingly go to them because it's usually a far, like, the difference between a US East and West. Like, I'm closer to US Central. See, US Central is where closer to home for is, but they didn't always have US Central. I mean, but then at the end, US Central is largely based up by Chicago. Like, Steam itself, right, is, if people don't know this, Steam, like, Dallas has, like, a hub. They have, like, one in Houston, Dallas, and Austin. Now, most people will set up a central in data centers roughly around, let's say, maybe Chicago or up towards Central, because most Central servers are all based around, like, the Chicago area or up in that part of the world, to be fair. And unfortunately, which is strange for even most people, Chicago, despite being a hellhole, is largely still serves a function. Now, does it to this day? No. Now, most people usually do East and West servers, and then they do. So, East and West servers are usually set up between, the obvious places, anywhere there's data centers. Because data centers themselves are basically that way. Texas is usually blessed to have more. Really. But it makes more sense. It all also depends on what they want to pay for. Most European servers largely have, from my knowledge at least, it's not always the case. Like they put Central over there. It can be funny. Like, European servers aren't terrible, except for the fact their bandwidth is shit. They have more jitter. Like, what is it? I have like a 40. What is it, a 45 right now? And I have a 45 currently. If I went to like if I went to like an Aussie server, I might wind up getting to about 100. Which, that's the C server itself. A C server is probably not terrible. It's just a desync on a C server that drives me insane. Basically a C server, but yeah. US West, I don't mind. See, US has 3 different servers generally for most games. East, West, and Central. Now, my best connection in this game is always US Central. But I apparently... See, US Central gets taken offline a lot because the fact that it's the test server largely. Unfortunately. But they're not testing anything. It just means that people got moved. Which is fine. But then again, unless Europeans will naturally overflow when they play with others. They go to US East. Most Asians, by nature, go to US West. Now, US West can be interesting. It can be the worst. Now let's see if this mission is as retarded as it was last time. But this is the mission of the day. It's a free 1.4 million XP, so... And it's not it's a short mission, if you know how to do it. It's just this part. is long. It's just it feels this part, the waiting just is worse. And it's always this part. You can't avoid it either. It's timed. Solo is kind of worse, because, like, if you have 2 to 3 people, it sounds bad. 2 to 3 people, I don't have to worry about it. Like, if you have a full team, it goes by quickly. But that's if a lot of them remember to stay in the circles. Oops. I'm getting to the point I don't like doing Capitol Hill. It's not a bad mission. No. Easy. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. But dear God, this is so stupid. Like, I don't know why you make it where the waiting is worse here. Like, the waiting is the worst now. Like, I don't know if they changed it or they don't. See, in this game, unlike Diablo, see, Diablo 4, what happens is they announce the changes entirely to PvE. This game, they just fucking change something and they never tell you. Like, let's assume that you change physically the wait time for this. Now, it sounds weird. Right? It just literally sounds weird. It's like those circles. Those circles seem to take forever. And I'm not sure why. It's been, I'm not saying started last season, but it's been a hot minute. It's pretty bad. Really? My God, they already spawned. What the fuck? Literally spawned before. Really? They were spawned before the helicopter left. Sir, you're gonna be a piece of shit, aren't you? Uh-huh. Okay. Come here. We're dipshit. The worst part is you can't go up there. You can only shoot him. His aggressiveness is pretty amazing. Come here. Really? Move to one side, then he moves to the other. Hey. Oh, you have a... So he gets shot a couple of times and then he moves. That's really retarded. Why is it when he gets shot? Oh, I mean, now I think I figured it out. Like, when he gets shot, he actually moves. Which is strange. Compared to the other AI. What's weird. Is there a way? There. Oh, is there a way? Is there a way to trick him? See, sometimes you can shoot through grates. Sometimes you can't. I probably might have to. Oh, that's... I asked for that, though. I asked for that, because he is armed with a rocket launcher now. But... it works. I'm just going to figure out a cheese to get to him. So that's going to be the fighting part. Because if he's going to keep doing this every single time, that's not going to get better. That's a stupid... That's going to be annoyinger than hell. And unless you're... Unless you can just get on a box or something and shoot him, or you can draw him to roughly one side. Which there's a way if you did it elevated it would work, but you can't shoot through those grates, so it's not gonna work. Because it's solid metal grates. Then he on the back side is a solid grate too. Technically by a wall. Because the back side of that is solid. And you're not shooting through that. Huh? The fuck? Hold on. Hold on. I just realized something. There's a funny thing. I guess nothing but skills and then rogue gold. It's funny how they... I don't get it. Really. I think the longest part, I think it's only because... God, amnesia's retarded. I should have run back there. It's okay. I'll still get the time. Oh, come on. Really? I spend more damn time trying to walk around here trying to find them. The kill takes care of them. Jesus. Because they don't spawn back there. So... I should have went back there first. If it was at that, the idea. I guess they're trying... Oh, that shit pisses me off. That is so stupid. I can still get it. Oh, boy. God damn it. So you have to trigger the room, and then it works. Yes. I do have a little bit of a cheat sheet. Just a bit, you know. Ah. That was stupid. So down that clicker. Oh, okay. 3 minutes. Really? Why are they all running? But then again, Rogue Gold runs nothing but fucking solid DPS. So no fucking shit. They could fucking clear this quicker. I mean, yeah, you're one shot in your class, but it's just fucking annoying. Jeez. This is what, Rogue Gold's challenge just because? It spawns. That's the worst part about it. Here. Oh my god, you retarded mission. I just realized I had this. This is just artificially long. You know why? Just because to trigger the damn thing, you gotta go all the way to the fucking door. So it's not even the real time trials of old. So and they choose not to spawn. I hate it. You know what? Eat one. I don't care. You piece of fucking shit. Delayed spawns. That is bitch. You gotta be right up on the door for it to work. Literally, you gotta be like right up on the damn door for it. 2 weeks, 2 fucking days. You know what? I know I can do it. I know I can do it. I know what. That's just stupid. So, every point that's a trigger point, basically. You know what? There is a way to deal with this. Really entirely. I whipped that bullets. Now I need to remember to just run to the door. Time trials of old. It's just been a little while since I did them. Those triggers are very, very sensitive. Like, you gotta be right up on them. It's not like you need to discover it. You just need to be right up on top of it. That's the thing. And see, it's either they changed it or it's just being the weird piece of shit. You have to be right at the trigger point. Because if you're not at the trigger point, it's just not gonna work. I'll wait till these assholes are there. I'll go trigger it and then go out. So I at least have all of them. Which makes more sense. That's the solution. It's not a solution. It is the solution. Trigger points are actually, like, for some reason, this shit is hard locked. And I don't know why. I guess you have to fuck them over all. Because I don't feel like playing whack-a-mole. And it's worse with the server lag. One. So you don't see them. There's one. fucking micro midget somewhere. There's a lot of desync right now. See, there it goes. That's the door now. Why don't you fuckers spawn at once? Jesus. So I need to get to the final. Because I need to get to the final part before. And I think... Really? You have to use an effect. And most NPCs are bad enough at hiding. Anyways. Oh, this is gonna piss me off. It's not gonna work. This machine's not gonna work. The problem is everything is a fucking delayed spawn. And the issue with the delayed spawn is just gonna fuck everything. So it just fucks everything up. Cause like this part, you have to be down here and like it's like everything. It's the and I'm not the only one that's lagging. Other people seeing it too. It's like if you there. The thing is, you can run Pulse and probably find them. But Pulse is not going to help if they scatter to the four winds. Infuriating. That's just... I mean, if you're talking like run it through... Ah, this is frustrating. You don't... Like, I don't think that's possible. That's not possible. Because with the way that the server is working, you physically cannot get to the door now. Because it's requiring you to hit the door. See, the way he did it is he hit all the doors either on time or ahead of time. And he ran basically glass cannon. And when you run the glass cannon, well, not the talent, but might as well be glass cannon, pretty much all crits, you're not going to be having a lot of potential. That's also getting the luck that they all fucking in the line up as well. I mean, worst comes to worst, you can have someone cheese it, but if someone does cheese it, it would be interesting. But there's no firm way. I mean, it's entirely possible. But again, you're talking about hitting every single door. It's either, I guess, run in, go for the left. No, that doesn't work. Because you're still running out the outside. Because you're still running the outside one. Touching the doors basically saves time, but it's the question of interacting with them. Yeah, that's its own paralleled issue. I call that a little fucked. I mean, if, and the idea, he touched every single door, but you have to trigger every door and every spawn. Likelihood if you cheese it with pulse, you know they're there. That means sacrificing a skill. Now, usually the risk of dying in that mission isn't a big deal, so you could probably go without it. I mean, but most people would say that until it actually happens. But then you're also running at it at breakneck speed and having pulse be going off, which is stupid. I mean, there used to be the story of like why a lot of the time trials. I'm not saying that I'm kind of don't miss some of the time trials. Is actually the players could run the time trials better. But the issue with some of the time trials is they actually get fucked up because of the spawns. Basically, like the bank. The bank used to be like far worse than it was. Because in the bank mission, if the snipers get stuck in the top and you can't grenade them out, that will take the time off. So, again, it's a little bit of it's a catch-22. They're asking for that in 9 minutes. I mean, 916 is like cutting it. Because there's two parts that make that mission bad. You have to run to the door, hit the archive door, run back out, and make sure they're open. Which isn't insane, it's just the coordination. Doing that solo because you have the blinded effect or the fog of war effect, which is worse because that is a dumb modifier. I mean, that's a little bit of the. I'm not saying that that is the most dumbest mission part, because it's not like you go to the next area, which triggers the next area. Because it's a lot more sensitive than that. In the way that mission's playing out, you're almost having to touch the door. You actually have to go touch the door. That's that sensitive. You know what? I can go back to my own. You know what? I could try it. I'm not the biggest fan of it. The question is anyone doing it? If it's picky. I'm not saying this is impossible. Is it annoying? Potentially. Wonder if I had Fog of fucking War on. I had Fog of War on. So the issue is going to be the other room. So the issue itself is the door. It's the fucking longest run in your life. So it's like you don't need pulse, you just don't need. I don't care about the loot. Fuck. Motherfucker, dude. What I'm talking about, people design themselves like glass. Slightly like quicker. But problem is I need worse when you start getting more people, though. Problem is, it's just they're slightly tankier, but at the same time, it should. You think it should be easy? Probably if I didn't have the other one. Damn it. People don't play objectives, but I'll run forward. You know, people can shoot and run, yes. It's the way I hate playing with other people. Increasing difficulty and usually increasing difficulty, and sometimes they're not the brightest. How do you die? People's situational awareness. I see this game does have a tendency to attract people, but you'll see a lot of builds that don't make absolute sense. That's too close. Air and space in 12, really? Air and space in 12. Air and space in 12. Which doesn't sound bad. One door to hit. Don't worry about the other. The air and space isn't as bitchy. But what the fuck shot me? It's usually the first one's through, so whoever opens the door, the next one's run through. Oh my fucking god. I hate this either modifier. Either it's a modifier or something changed. Okay, against matchmaking, but as long as people semi know what they're doing. Problem is, they're in space. This isn't as bad as long as they spawn up top. I would say objective driven is the thing that you should go for. Like, I've never had the only issue I ever have with this mission, what is it on? Time trials, even. People die. How you want to look at the guy's build. Let's see. So, like, usually the halls, once you actually clear them, it's probably not as bad. But a lot of it's just going to be straight. You're not going for any loot because you're not going to have time for it. See, I can already tell their builds are off, which is fine. What happens? You actually casualified the game when you took these out, so hopefully people know to be better and more efficient. Which, I mean, there's a... Okay, it's like a Orphean Magnus, right? Where it's like, let's say ZZZ as an example, there's a meta. There's actually a meta that you just don't understand. But, like, this area is... To be honest, yeah. I mean, this works. The good part about Hunter's Fury is you can door camp. Come on. God damn it. Pulling people. How about you keep your little ammo crate yourself over there? See? Well, I got the idea. See, speedrunning in Destiny is very similar to this, but a little bit different. Here, we don't fuck around. Okay. Got the idea. Because the key is basically the key is to basically, if there's something, you basically spawn kill. That's one of the few things. Basically, it's like it's spawn kill. Bro, 12 minutes here is fucking nothing. Unfortunately, times used to get so tight, you'd actually have to have 8 minutes. I want to say Bunker at one point was like an 8 minute run. But yeah, I mean, if take a team does it, works. I mean, it's their way of bringing back time trials. Time trials were always fun or hard. Fortunately, if you can get the loot, get the loot. But usually the shit is. You're trying to do it as fast as possible. Oh, you fucking bastard. Hmm. I hate it. You don't have to. See, he knows the trick. He knows that particular trick. That is a particular trick. The speedrunning strat, and only you would know. You don't worry about shooting. I mean, DCD isn't terrible. DCD is like really short. Worst part about DCD is actually pulling. Literally, the worst part about DCD is just the straight pull. If you have to pull. Now, you shouldn't. Now, it used to be the bane of probably like. Was it Bunker? Bunker was used to be hard to run due to the fact of you couldn't pull anybody. Anybody didn't need to be pulled. Almost 2 minutes. 1 minute. You got it. The only time section of this. It does slow it down just a bit. It's like 1 minute. Oh my blood. What, ain't you a piece of fucking shit? So, yeah. About a bunch of fuckers with, like, grenade backpacks. Your ass. Seriously? 21? $21? Really? 21 minutes? There's only like 21 on this one. Okay. Game, I guess. Man, they want 21 on this one. I mean, well, that 2130. I mean, that's pretty generous given like, if people weren't good. Now, Manning Zoo's always been the one that's almost like 30 minutes. Don't fucking ask. I did not know that can kill you. That's good to know. Okay, I'm an idiot. I should have. Look, I'm like, that's not going to kill me. Yes, it does. Kill me. That's my bad entirely. I'm like, nah. I should have known better. It's weird. Some explosions kill you like right out the other ones don't. But it matters. Really. You know, what is that? That's 3 crashes today? Fucking hell. It's literally 3 goddamn crashes. What the actual F? I just want to know. And probably a kernel power issue. That's probably a kernel power issue, right? Motherfucker, seems like I'm probably back to hell. Let me check something, because I don't think there's an error as much as... See, I don't know why... That's what, 2 crashes and 1 blue screen of death? Or, well, that was a blue screen of death. That's not a very pleasant sign. Well, kind of is. Black screen or blue screen, depending on your system. But Jesus Christ, that was just... That was basically a system corruption thing. I swear, that is... Oh, that was a goddamn runs of shit, too. I'm seriously starting to wonder. I actually have to reinstall Ubisoft Launcher. Test something. Event viewer. Hold a second. When I test something, I should just check it anyways. What it said did it. Could be curious what. Well, I know it was a kernel power issue. I know that much. It was a kernel power problem. I can guarantee you that. One error, 203. Critical. Errors accidentally shut down. Rhythm. Oh, eat one. Yes, it was EAC related. It was EAC related. Jesus. So it was basically EAC. So it wasn't a kernel. Now it does cause a kernel issue, but that's not the inherent issue. So whatever's going on with NVIDIA is inadvertently related. Because that's a straight hard crash. If that is related, that is a piece of shit. And technically, the only way to fix that is... Nah, that's really old error. Exit the game, and it's manually installed. But if that's not the thing, it's going to solve it. So whatever they did, because it doesn't seem to affect. I mean, it affects after a while. Because used to be what you had to do was exit out and then go into your folder and manually reinstall EAC. And the only other thing I can think of, and I wouldn't do it right now, is it's Ubisoft related. By that, I mean Ubisoft Connect. Because if you're talking, see, EAC can go to a kernel level. I need to clear out gear anyways. Fortunately, It's not going to get much better. I mean, it does break up a rhythm, though. I mean, it was a good little rhythm going. Sadly. Very, very good one right up until then. I need to open these things anyways. Really? P. Diddy is looking at only... Well, I mean, grant they only got P. Diddy on the... only... Sorry, it's late. Kind of brain. Actually, brain's working, but dear God, words not. They only really did get P. Diddy on the... Basically, what was it? Prostitution anyways? They only got him on the prostitution, so what, that's like 4 years? I mean, if... And we're talking the if and if. I mean, they couldn't prove Rico because the whole Rico charges fell through. Always resetting everything. I have to check. I'm gonna check one more thing. So if the back end of the game is that, because if it is, it'd be soft related. I mean, good lord! But I have been at this for like 4 hours. Being at this for like 4 hours. I don't know. So as I said, like Diablo can drain me, but this can drain me differently. See, I go to bed tired. But it's not a terrible tired, by the way. It's usually a good one. Interesting. See, that's a better orbit. Profit. Profit is rate of fire, and that one is just headshot. It didn't do the damage I thought it did. Browser. Well, that's a little weird. License or no license, but Jesus. Did it freeze? No, it did. Really? It did freeze. Wow, see, Division's not wanting to be cooperative today. Yeah. I've never had this many issues before. At least in a while. Last time I've had this many issues is there was a severe error. Hold on. See, the only other solution, if it is a firewall issue, would be that. I wonder if. I am beginning to wonder, did one of the recent updates break something? And if that's the case, I'm going to have to reinstall. That doesn't take long, but dear God. Last time I had an issue like this, I just said, fuck it. It's been a little bit. In applications, there's nothing in applications, nothing. See, this game is not as bad as like Crisis is. See, it remembers the see, it's remembering the I shouldn't drink coffee this late. It's remembering the resolution, but it isn't remembering the other part. Because that's just unusual. The unusual part is it's just not. Now, hypothetically, that being said, there is a better solution. I think the one generally is. Again, it's not the first time I've had to do it. And it is very annoying to have to do because basically, one, you know damn well if it's another issue. Now, it doesn't mean the issue is going to get solved by reinstalling Ubisoft Connect, but it's a start. See, clean reinstalling it is a thing of, let's assume there's a bug or there is something. It's usually never an issue. Because usually Division never has that kind of a problem. Now, on the other hand, Ubisoft does a different animal unto itself. The problem with Ubisoft, the Ubisoft launcher, as I said, it keeps trying to, it likes to do things that you remotely don't think about. It's a very invasive app. If you took out of its app the whole part with that, the fact alone it wasn't invasive, and it took out the multiple handshakes, because that was what was causing issues in a lot of games. Like, Division's core issue was never its 100% connection to its servers. Well, actually, it's gameplay. It was always something with basically the system itself. When you're trying to actually do it, it's just different. It's going to take a long time to get reinstalled, so. Fortunately. Just the wait. I'm not too happy about it. I mean, a black screen of death. Basically, a black screen of death makes me really. Makes it really, really bad. Then you have to do a clean install. Again, which doesn't take the longest time, it's just the issue itself. Because you would think BattleNet inherently would cause more issues, but it doesn't. So I'll have to get that read. It's just gonna be quickly. And plus, anyways, my internet's fast, so it always re-downloads. Meantime, I have other shit I can go do. I'm not gonna focus on steroids meathead who fucks his sister, by the way. So, I mean, there's no point. So, 6-1, half a dozen the other. Well, only. Actually, my pass is getting rather low. What was my express pass that low? That's strange. You always wonder if you truly wondered why. Sometimes I do have basically I always have stuff going on. I'll be worse if I actually locked myself out of my own account. Because Ubisoft is rather bitchy about when you get your, See, Ubisoft has, So if you try to do anything, like Steam or Ubisoft is always a pain in the ass. Now, I will say, though, let's see if it works. There you go. Very simple. I need to get I really do need to get another hard drive. Or move that other hard drive in. But yeah, it's pretty scary to have your system decide to basically restart. Oh. Should be not that long. It won't be that long, basically. But see, the problem itself is, as much as I hate doing a quick reinstall, I would rather do a reinstall entirely than actually have to do in the other. I did not redispatch people. Yeah, see, over here, we're just basically awaiting the release of Cyrene. Which is probably, again, as I said, I usually play this when I'm not. This is pretty much AFK, so. Anyways. Now, this is the other thing. See, I need to catch this game up, or I'm going to have the problem with Genshin eventually. I want to do it tonight. See, I'm not doing this tonight. You know, it ain't going to be done here, but do understand. I just got past Pentacome, and I'm going to have to get past, It's either that or this game's going to sit in terminal limbo eventually. Because technically you have Everwinter, and then the next one. See, Everwinter is, yeah, so, let's say next war. No, next warp's not him. But Everwinter is largely a... So basically, Everwinter is largely a Mimeo sprite. So technically, Euphorius is not wrapped up yet. And I say yet. But it took me... See, it wasn't so bad to get Everwinter, but this is pretty much AFK battling, so... Give or take, right? It's AFK battles, so... I don't have to fight. Besides, I'm broke right now, but I wonder why. I mean, when you have to do, like... Basically, the akin to... A character costs... Roughly, like... See, this is the issue in ZZZ as well. See, Genshin's about... It used to be a rule, there's about a rule of about 3 million that you need, roughly. You need roughly about 3 million. Constantly. If I ever so choose.
Lady Treby, please stay close. Don't worry, little Cass. Treby is...
So, darn. Yeah, so my plans otherwise... Wow, 7 minutes. I'll be fine. But the thing about it is, too, is like I said, this seasons of Division's not bad. Those challenges aren't terrible. I'm just by the way, I'm hoping whatever a fresh reinstall basically fixes all those issues. As I said, this is straight auto battle. See, people think, oh, you play life service. Well, I don't have to play this. The only time I have to manually battle is in one case. That's if the AI is dumb. Then I throw in half-ass. See, the problem right now, I will say with this game, and I'm not too happy about it, is you need an entire football team at this fucking point for people. Which MiHoYo is going to get Cognisphere or MiHoYo, right? So when they release somebody roughly new, and it works with a character, largely unless the character is... You need an entire lineup for that character. So a lot of characters, you can pull the one. It's kind of the thing in most, I'd say, gacha games, which sounds weird. So it's like I play Magic, right? People go, oh, you play Magic, it's a waste of money. No. Only pull what you need. So, like, in reality, you got people who are meta, but the problem is, you got also people who are good, but they need an entire team, and then you need a rerun of everybody. Like, right now, I sit at a rerun, I need a rerun of Hyacinth. But that's going to come after Cyrene. So, give or take. Honestly, for shits and grins, I really should have just shoved in Everwinter. See, she doesn't get rerun a lot, but she's good. See, Treeby hasn't had her rerun yet. As I said, this is just auto battles. But I definitely need to get Hyacinth. See, Hyacinth, or Hyacinth, is the one that I need. I don't need Medi as much as I need Hyacinth. Because I have two healers that are dramatically overworked. It's really weird what counts as follow-up, too. So, like all break teams, like we haven't had a rerun of Topaz yet. See, as I said, like one of the characters that was released recently, if you didn't have Kafka in a whole dot lineup, it wouldn't matter. So, some characters are strong on their own, other ones, it's entirely different. And then there's characters we're still waiting on entire reruns for. Because reasons. Like, I think they've done one Caster Ice rerun. See, Jing Liu has been rerun once. But most people don't go for her. She's like basically the early skirt model. But yeah, you need an entire team sometimes for people. That it makes it worse. Or else you're just stuck with a really bad lineup that's half-ass. And it makes doing Memory of Chaos bullshit. So... But the story is pretty good, though. Aphorius is going to end pretty tragically, though. But that's a speculation for another day. The beauty of a lot of people is they're also dual types. But as I said, a lot of it's but they are starting to reuse models. So basically, this is pure follow-up. If you're wondering. Caster Ice's ability uses the life of the team and repowers her dragon. But that's follow-up unto itself. Every one of those attacks are follow-up. Treeby can only trigger once per turn. Jing Liu counts as a follow-up as well. Sounds complicated, but not really. And to be honest, I've had a lot of, like, people forever. And he gets offered about every anniversary event, so... Anyways. Animations. There we go. It's the ever fan service. Now let's see if the game fixed itself. Now, I wish Genshin would get a goddamn battery, though. I'm very much at this point at Genshin, but see, it's not that Genshin's dying out. Genshin's aging out due to the fact that you're going on year 6, and basically, you don't know how to end the story, or you've changed how you're supposed to end the story. And then you're just now reusing characters. Like, I feel like Nod Cry, because you got like 2 more, they actually, in reality, have about 2 more acts in the game. You got about 2 more acts in Genshin before it runs its course. Basically. Genshin has about 2 more, basically, large expansions. You have 2 more territories, and that's about it. Nod Cry is the beginning of the end. Well, I should say, yes, you got 2. You have all of Nod Cry. Thing is, you have all of Nod Cry. Nod Cry is going to lead into Snezhnaya, which actually is going to unlock all of Snezhnaya. Snezhnaya is going to get unlocked, and then you're going to go back to Conria, where the story is going to end. The story is actually going to end in Conria. But the problem is they changed the way they're going to redo the story. But the question they have with Genshin is, how do you keep it a kid's game without evolving the story? By that, I mean killing people. And there is your issue. So a lot of other people play, like, basically the other games. Like, personally, I mean, I feel like MiHoYo's actually going to overreach. And I'm not saying that their Pokemon game's going to suck. I mean, Cognosphere does that. It's literally a Pokemon. It's a Power World clone, but it's more like mixed with other games, like Animal Crossing style. But the thing about that game is, yeah, Nintendo could turn around and try to sue them, or Nintendo America, which I don't think they got the money. But no one from that's not going to draw the people who play HSR. HSR is, as you see, is pure turn based. Honkai Impact has stayed around a while. I mean, it actively still gets updates. Though it did take them time to fix 2.0. Because the end of Genshin is going to be very similar to 2.0. The moment, basically, the moment you write the end of the story, you're going to fuck over the story. That was always the end problem with, like, see, Honkai Impact always had a problem. We always knew it was going to go bad. Once Auto Apocalypse's story was done, and by the way, he looks too, quote unquote, if you ever see Liu Chao in HSR, looks very similar. So I expect him to pop up eventually. That's Auto Apocalypse. See, once Auto Apocalypse's story we knew wrapped up in basically Honkai Impact 3rd. Yeah, I haven't done the expansion on this character. I could be fucking care less to do. So I could probably care less to do them. But once that story wrapped up, we all knew as players that it was going to be Bubbleverse from there on out. Or rerun events. Or you had to have some story, which led to APHO. Which they still haven't said is how the main timeline leads to APHO. They've kind of hinted at it. See, Genshin's going to go through a similar growth process because Honkai Impact 3rd got rewritten. Initially, it was based on Neon Genesis Evangelion. So the idea of 15 Hareshers, 15 Angels, then 15 Angels type thing. But everyone knew once all the Hareshers popped up, it was going to be the Haresher of Finality. Now, the Haresher of Finality didn't pop up until, hypothetically, if you think down, I'll be honest, Haresher of Finality, I have to go back and look what year, but it was after the whole. I mean, it was pretty much, yeah, it was pretty much, if I remember, it was pretty much way after. It was like a couple of different arcs. Then again, HSR is just remaking, HSR is just deciding to reuse, the moths again. And as I said, that comes from, Honkai Impact. That's the whole thing with that run. Because I'll be very honest, if it weren't for that's basically Genshin's reusing characters from it. Either Genshin or basically HSR. Basically, Genshin characters and or Honkai Impact characters being used. Now, Genshin's core actual issue, as I said, is going to be the ending. You got 2 more major expansions. We're just now getting into Snezhnaya. You're going to have to wrap up the Tsaritsa story. Then you're going to have to go into the story of Conria, which they could extend out maybe a year or two. Maybe. And I say that, maybe. Unless you have delays. But you also have to have an end to the story that makes sense. And I don't think Genshin's team is capable of writing it. Because they've already fucked up the story. So, like Columbino, But then again, they're drip feeding like Cole and Bina right now. She's not going to be in till 6.4. This is the perk of 4 characters, by the way. Every single week. Now, thank God I don't have to do 4 manhunts again. I mean, 4 manhunts are fucking bitch, by the way. That's the thing. 4 manhunts back in the day, like you would do them like 4 in a row. Like you could do it. But it wasn't as terrible when they were every 3 weeks on a target. So 1 week, one another. But this character largely keeps. Like this character is going more tank gear, and then the other. So like tank setup. Second character is going more red core DPS, and then this character is going more tank oriented in its secondary. My fourth character is going to be largely electronics by the end. My first and my fourth characters are largely the ones that, strangely enough, get played the most. Which is, if it sounds weird, it probably is. This character kind of gets, as I said, played, but not like the others. Red core DPS, he gets played periodically. But as I said, everyone does it. Anyways. Alright. But it really just depends. Because it's not like a lot of other characters where they're roughly the same power level because at least resources are shared. Now, the problem itself is it's just space. Some people have extra characters for mules. I have extra characters for different gear sets. Because I don't throw stuff away. At least stuff that's useful. Honest to God, like, if Massive ever wanted to one day turn around and nerf, like, I abuse Hunter's Fury, like, no tomorrow. Yeah, I would cry a little inside if they nerfed Hunter's Fury. Then again, Hunter's Fury is not... The perk of Hunter's Fury is the actual fact that it just keeps you alive. But it is designed largely around the shield. So, 6 one, half a dozen the other. Crit damage. No, that's going to be an interesting one. Let's see, what's the... Hmm. Marksman rifle. Be interesting. And see that, how useful that is depends on if it's still good. I'm not going to look it up right now. MMRs have been basically not on the down for a while, but they're not good. Thing about MMRs, I think that's what they are. It's like MMRs are used. Look, this game is largely close combat, so knowing that it's close to mid, so sniping's never felt great in the game. It's something different to do, but there's also the sniping meta hasn't changed much, except for the... In sniping, I doubt until, like, in long distances or rooms that you need it, it's where it's going to shine. But all in all, sniping does not shine anywhere else. So, you can make all the rifles and the MMRs you like, the sniper rifles, or the other ones. They don't do, like, you'll still see them used, but you're not inherently going to see them very heavily. Some people like it if you like being in entirely a backline. But they can do a lot of damage. And no one's going to ever say they don't. But it's still largely the Nemesis. The Nemesis is still by far the main one. Could be wrong. Some people maybe found some other ones. But in the terms of rifles, you see more resurgence in rifles than you see in marksmen. Because in the idea of a marksman, can see like this is an MMR or a marksman rifle. But you wouldn't think that's a marksman rifle because it's an automatic. These here are marksman rifles. See, most of these are. That has no scope, but like these largely sit there. Well, I should say these sit there. I've seen this used. Okay, I've seen this used. But very rare do you see this used. You see that one used more. So, give or take. That's because it's a straight 50 cal. And it's actually one of the few that can, as much as I respect it, in the right build, does 10, 15 million a headshot. And it's not hard. But it just makes. That's why I said I'm very shocked with how they. I mean, I personally. This is me. Devs themselves, they don't sometimes pay attention. I'm not saying maybe shake the meta up. The thing is, you cannot force a sniping meta. I mean, you can try. Most combat is between. Let's see. Let's show that in my house basement. Most combat in this game, largely, unless you're living in cover, is not 50 meters. So your average shotgun ends. So most of your average shotguns are 5, 10 to 20 to 25. Then again, Scorpio is not really a true shotgun. So Scorpio is not a true shotgun. So if you say 45, most shotguns break apart about 35. Now, the funny part is, I can do this. Like that part, I can do that at farm. But most combat is between 20, right? So let's say 20 is the furthest, you see, 20 meters. For the most part, most combat is beyond 50, and the furthest is beyond 50 meters. Most average close quarter is about here, between 15 to 35. So you can go close. It does make or break, but in a lot of builds, sniping it just doesn't allow. So, yeah. But anyways, I may get off here, but I don't know. I kind of switch between games, but I am tired. I think it is running. It is running better. Except for the fucking server I'm on. I don't know. I'll probably be back tomorrow. I am waiting on a special from somebody. So. It's just, yeah. I am halfway tired, though. I could force myself to stay up. Yeah, I need to figure out what's causing this issue. I do think US East is cooked. So. But no, I'm starting to feel it. But I need to go to sleep. That sounds weird. I'm like not like an old man, but damn, though. As I said, I can put up. This is a game in about 4 hours. I put up like. See, Diablo 4, right? I see a bunch of XP I put in. I'm still not first. $11 million. 11 million doing bullshit. But anyways, I do need to go to sleep. I'll catch people later. It's been a long, long day. Very, very long. But I'll be back tomorrow. Plus, I don't